real quick. I know they can hear me, but should we ping everyone for the video, or should we just leave it be?
Hello everybody! Welcome to version 3.4. I've unmuted my mic now so you can unmute yourself as well.
Hi.
Welcome to version 3.4. We have things. This is the update. It's this room. This is L. Thank you very much. Have a great night.
Yeah, we added a stone room to everyone's world. You can't remove this. Just kidding. But yeah, so we will be showcasing off most major features, but we'll leave a few of the smaller things for you to discover. You know, it's always nice to find some of the features yourself. Like Minecraft, when Minecraft shows off all its features for updates, it doesn't show every little change they made, and that's where we went wrong last stream. We tried to show off every little thing, so we'll keep it to the big stuff this time.
And it took an hour and a half, or like 2 hours. I can't remember how long it took. It was way too long. But yeah. So.
I don't really like this.
Yeah.
This kind of looks dumb.
Agreed.
Yeah, that's better. Oops. Alright.
Also, wait, there's no lever for this door.
Oh, crap, I forgot to put a pressure plate, my bad. Yeah.
So yeah.
Thankfully, that wrench will do nicely.
Indeed. So welcome to our room. It's square. So, first off, I'm going to be showing off some of the things that Road cannot help me with showing off, those being the interface changes we've added. You might have already spotted a couple of them, and we've talked about them a little bit before, but this will be a demonstration of them. So, first off, one of the big things we've added to this update, a full-blown translation system. So, little icon right here, click that, and you can see we've got some nice translations here. I'll be showing off... Oh, please continue.
Yeah, this isn't quite a port from Modern. There are some changes. For example, you can drop languages into a folder instead of having to introduce them through a texture pack. So you can add languages as you would like. And there's stuff like author credits as well.
I'll be showing off the Russian one Birvin's made, as it's the most one of the first ones, and it's really well put together. As you can see, it's all Russian. I don't understand a word of any of this, but it's there. So, Russian, we've got German, a bit of Spanish, and as time goes on and more people get involved with making stuff, we can have more and more. So, next off, as you saw me as I was going through the system, we add a new tooltip system. So, it shows off some things like, first off, color of the name. It's white for most normal stuff, like a wrench, sticks, cobblestone. But, for higher tier items, it has different colors. So, tier 1 items have green. Tier 2, kind of a nice cyan color. 3, pink, because that's an awesome color. And 4, that kind of gold color that's kind of like a legendary tier.
Yeah. So we're hoping that this kind of tooltip system helps newer players understand the the tiers in tools a bit better. And we've also made another change that will hopefully help players understand mining and tool tiers. I should probably stop walking around in a moment. So once Logan is done showcasing some of the UI features, we'll go over to that room and we'll showcase some of the changes that were made to mining, ores, and how new players might better understand our system.
So next up, tooltips. As you can see, as I clicked over to the wrench, popped right up above the hotbar. Now, that is an option that can be disabled for players that don't like that. We stole it from Modern, and we like to steal things from Modern that are done well. We don't steal things for no reason. However, we...
fit into beta.
Exactly. Next up, I'm going to show off some of the new video settings. So, options, video settings, and one fancy one I can show off. Smooth tree lighting. Now, it's not really that visible here, so I'll go outside to show it off real quick. But as you can see, trees look kind of nice and smooth and modern-y. If you turn it back off, I can kind of show it off a bit better. Gist of it is basically there's shadows inside of the trees, so it's a little nicer shaded.
Yeah, we felt like some people might like the look of the new trees, but some people might like the beta look. So why not have both? You can turn it on or off.
The default state is off.
Yeah, because that is the beta look that most people like.
Alongside that, the held item tooltips are right below the smooth tree lighting, so that's how you can toggle on and off those tooltips. Next up, we've had accessibility settings. Now, this is a work in progress. We'll be adding more to this as time goes on. However, one thing we've had is block outlines. So, well, those are obviously in the game already, but invalid block outlines. So if you have a tool that can't break something, or you're hovering over something, it has a different outline. The default state is red, so it just shows you immediately, I can't break this. Very helpful.
Yeah.
But as we go over to different settings, you can kind of customize that. One thing we added was a rainbow one, because that's awesome looking.
Yeah, so if we go down here, I have a few ores in this showcase area, and it'll switch, and I accidentally just pushed this minecart chest into a wall, but basically, it also accounts for like the pickaxe you're holding, so that's how it will help new players understand the ores. Like you can see if your pickaxe right away will be able to break the ore.
Right. I don't have any pickaxes, so I can't show that off, but...
Yeah, the rainbow one is just for fun, but like we have different colors for colorblind accessibility.
We also have a
Or
slider,
like them.
so you can actually turn up the opacity if it's harder to see, which should make it a little bit nicer. And obviously different colors, so in case someone's like red-green, like colorblind, you can change it to a color that you can actually see. Alongside that, we've had some toggles for kind of like...
Somebody said that I am unloud, which is a weird way to put it.
You are unloud. That is an interesting way to put it indeed. Let me boost up your volume real quick. Alright, hopefully you should be better now. Even though you will deafen me a little bit.
Trying to find a nice disc that I want to play because I realize it's kind of quiet. That's a nice one.
So, alongside that, we've also had some, still showing off accessibility, distortion effects and FOV effects. Now, the FOV effects, you can't really see normally, but if I switch over to game mode one real quick, sprinting we add like, so the field of view kind of zooms in a bit as you run.
Yeah.
If you turn that off, then that's not seen. So that can help like a bit of wooziness some people might have.
Yeah,
Just
motion sickness. We named it FOV effects and distortion effects rather than naming it after anything specifically creative mode. So in the future, it's like future-proof if there's anything else that ends up changing the FOV.
Now the distortion effects, so if you go up to the Nether portal, you see the screen gets all like wobbly and woozy and messes around. However, you turn this down to 0 or however you want to set it, it's just static, which is a lot nicer.
Yeah, so if you have motion sickness or just don't like the effect, you can turn that off.
Next up, I'll be showing off the achievement system. So this is one of the other things we've overhauled. Well, we more so rode. But if I break this tree down, you can see that getting wood. Ooh, that's fancy. But there's also other things you can get, such as, let me give myself a diamond pick real quick.
And you'll notice that he immediately gets both, the pop-ups kind of go overlap, but he immediately gets both time to mine and getting an upgrade. So, like, you don't need to get a wooden pickaxe to get getting an upgrade.
Right, you kind of beat me to the punch there, but...
Oh.
If I make a pickaxe, you'll see I get getting an upgrade, so even though I don't have time to mine yet. Meaning I can skip things entirely, even if you don't need to get every prerequisite achievement to get the ones above it. You can get ones way off into the list if you accomplish them, even though you haven't accomplished the previous things. So there should be less issues of you just having no achievements because you haven't like crafted a crafting table yet or something like that.
Yeah. So if you somehow get a cake before everything else, congratulations, you earned the lie. You don't have to have every achievement for it.
Right. And with that, we are done with the UI section. Obviously, we have walked around a bunch, so you have seen a lot of spoilers into the other things we're showing off. But yeah. Let's go off to the right with the stuff that we haven't spoiled yet. So here, we can show off some things like... We've added a nice... So, Chainmail. Something you can just find in dungeons and stuff. Can't craft it yet. We might add something in the future. Who knows? But that's not the thing. We've made it so that if you actually take it in a brick oven, you can just put it in there, melt it down, and
this happens regardless of durability.
Yeah.
By the way, so it can be fully depleted, and as long as it's not broken, you get this.
Steel. Fantastic. Great, useful, steel is great.
Realizing our script kind of walks over itself with spoilers.
Yeah.
Oh,
well. We've also added something really cool. Let's go over to the air section where we have spoiled some stuff already. And there's a minecart chest here. Now, we do have some magnet ore over here, which is a completely useless item until now. Where finally can open it.
Yeah, I gotta jump to open it. So I'm gonna take my 2 sticks and 3 magnets as well, since I got some for me. Oops, I put the stick on the wrong side.
We have added magnet tools to the game. Which seems irrelevant, like, do we really need another tier set? Like, we have 50 of them. However...
Yeah, we were talking about how much we had before in the NFC chat, so we promise this is useful to you.
So, let's mine some diamond. What is that? Oh, the diamond ore is popped in my inventory. It is 2 things. A, it is a silk touch tool. So, you can just mine any block in the game that it's able to mine, and just have it pop right into your inventory. And you can determine that, of course, by if it's lit up properly. Same thing goes for osmium. And the second thing is, if I could stand far away from this, you'll notice it just pops straight in my inventory. The magnet tool
I'm gonna
also
try to steal your stone. I don't want you to have this stone.
Yeah.
Oh no.
It literally immediately goes
Damn it,
into
I
your
can't
inventory.
steal any of your stone.
It immediately pops into your inventory, so you can be mining stuff over like a lava pit or something, and have no risk of it falling into lava.
That oh no sounded so fake, by the way. I was like, oh no.
Oh no!
Like Knuckles. Oh no.
Another thing is we have changed the spawn rate of osmium so that it's actually able to be found.
Yeah. So don't get me wrong. You're not gonna find this in between your couch cushions. Like you're not just gonna be able to find into a cave. It's not gonna be made of osmium like in 1.8.6. I'm having flashbacks. But it used to be a 1 in 100 chance to replace diamond ore. But now instead diamond ore is independent from osmium. Instead it's roughly twice or 4 times as rare. I don't remember exactly how much, but it is still really rare. So, but actually, you know, reasonable to find. Like, people can find diamonds, people cannot find osmium, but hopefully that will fix this issue.
Like I, for instance, an NFC developer, have never found osmium naturally generated.
Yeah, and we feel like as long as we keep it a few times as rare as diamonds, the rarest vein, it'll still be worth having it'll still be balanced having a tool with as much durability and power as it does, while keeping it more accessible. So hopefully, like, you won't mine for years and never find any.
Bingo. Next up, the Nether room. We've walked by several times. Now,
Yeah,
we have added a new ore, Nether gold. It's Nether gold. You mine it, it drops itself, and you cook it in a stove to...
Gold, we felt made sense in the Nether. Pigmen have it. I'm going to get attacked. Pigmen have it. Some Nether structures have it, especially Nether dungeons. Yeah, see. It's like you punch the pigmen to get the others to attack you. In beta, you call pigmen piglins, and beta players group up on you.
So, and then we have some Onyx over here. Which, if I could... Which,
Wait.
I lied.
Green.
Nope. It's Nether Uraninite. Uranium. We added this because uranium feels like it makes sense for a hellish dimension. And B, a thing we noticed right as we did it, this texture looks so similar to Onyx that it is partially intended to work as a fool's Onyx. So if you were looking around for veins and see this, you probably will think, oh, I found some Onyx. You probably did not.
Yeah.
These can both just be smelted straight into their respective ores, which are the same as the materials, which are the same as the overworld variants.
Yeah, like, it took me a while to notice that the Nether uranium ore could be considered fool's onyx, and I think that's kind of funny.
Next up, one thing we've walked past. Now, you've been able to set signs as like different colors using server commands for a while, but now we can actually set them using just dye.
So here, pick that up.
Just throw some dye right in a sign, and it'll dye it to whatever you want. This is a nice feature that was thrown together to us by... I'm blanking on their username at the moment.
His name is Foobles on the Discord. You'll notice he has a contributor role.
Hey.
He has basically made this whole system by himself. We basically just did a few touches, but the whole thing is his. Thank him for that. The Foobles on our Discord. The Foobles. Hell am I saying? Yeah.
We apologize if we got pronouns wrong there. We're not certain. We forgetfulness. Moving on. We have had, and kind of just some... I'm sorry, just tripping over myself for a second there. Let's move into this section.
Whoops. So, we have this dark room here because we didn't want mobs to spawn in it, so we kind of blocked it off and had slabs here. But, as you can see, this light isn't quite passing through this glass here. So, this is another thing that we felt was really good for beta and would bring in a lot of ideas. This is Tinted Glass. If you've seen any of the new snapshots, you know exactly what this is. So, but this also brings me to another new feature. So as you can see, I'm throwing this item on the ground here. You can't see what it is because it's absolute darkness in here. But if I throw it on a torch, you can see it. So if I get any block that emits light, specifically blocks, not like glowstone dust, but like if I get a block, you can see this is visible in my hand even though it's completely dark. So there's no dynamic lighting, but like I feel like this would be useful in a cave if you have your torches on you and you die, and then you go to find your pile of stuff in complete darkness. You'll be able to see that in the pile of items there's torches.
Exactly. And one final thing, you can see right here we have this glowstone completely enclosed, and the area is just completely dark around. But we break one of the blocks, and light leaks through. Because it's tinted glass. Just doesn't let any light through, so you can see through it, which is nice.
If I do this,
No light gets in.
I'm invisible. I like forgot which way I was facing for a little bit.
That leads us about to the end of the stream. We've also, well, this section of the stream. We're going to have a Q&A section afterward where we'll take questions and answers and stuff like that. So finally there's some... Well,
Wait, what just happened?
The room's very red and the blood moon rises.
Ooh, look, the moon kind of looks cool, doesn't it?
Oh yeah, look at that.
So yeah, we have decided to bring back some of the terror from the alpha days. So, as you may know, if you've played Minecraft for a really long time, the thought of having to stay inside because it was kind of tough to fight all the enemies outside and you couldn't skip the night made that version a bit more challenging. We've brought that back. You cannot sleep during the blood moon, if you'd like to go ahead and demonstrate that real quick. And some mobs will be replaced with their nether versions of themselves. For example, a spider can sometimes spawn as the fire version. Sometimes skeletons might shoot arrows that are on fire. And sometimes zombies may spawn as angry zombie pigmen. God damn it.
Over here we can see some of the
playing
fire
Modern a little too
spiders. And
Yes.
the fire creeper. For some reason there's some normal creepers over here as well. We're not sure why. But just expect most of the things that are spawning in will be their nether variants.
Yes.
There's no nether variant of skeletons because we're not modern. There's no such thing as the wither.
Yeah. We felt like them shooting fire arrows was a simple enough challenge. Which, by the way, fire arrows actually work and will set you on fire. Because before they didn't in beta for some reason. Okay, and the last thing you want to show off, I want to show off, so you probably like saw this earlier while it was night outside, like where is this light coming from? We added a few blocks for creative mode. One is the barrier, because it just makes sense, but we also have the support and light source. So the light source, invisible light source, self-explanatory, but the support block, this has all the properties of a barrier, but it has no, like, collisions. You can pass right through it, but you can still place blocks on top of it that otherwise need support. So if you want to have a floating sign in your server and you don't want to, like, mess with world edit or plugins, you can just do this. And then look at that.
And finally, we've had some light sources, which are exactly what they say. They're light sources.
And you can hold each respective block to see where it is. Can you turn off the blood moon? If you're in peaceful mode, it will not appear. But in the future, when we do the Forge merge, we do want to make the mod a little bit more configurable, and that will be one thing we will do.
I have forgotten what the command is to turn off the blood moon.
It's /special moon. By the way, server operators can toggle it on and off. Apparently the command is... Oh wait, no. You toggled it right as I did. My bad. I thought the command was broken for a second there. But yeah, /special moon will turn the blood moon off and on.
Also,
And in
if I-
fact, you might have noticed the moon hasn't moved at all during any of this. So if I go time, day, sun isn't moving at all. So we also added an option for locking the time.
I'll be showing those off now. If I disconnect and go to a new world in creative mode, that'll give you access to a bunch of different commands. So these aren't available on the server as we haven't quite synced that up yet. But there's a creative options tab, which has existed for a while, but there's some new options there, such as you can toggle between game modes.
Yeah.
You can lock the time in place, force the blood moon, and also turn on just pretty much whatever you want.
Yeah, so the menu isn't available on the server because everything is available through commands. However, in the future we might be able to make the menu work on the server side for convenience sake, since it's pretty convenient to have everything accessible through buttons rather than like typing a command.
And with that, that brings us to the actual end of this section of the live stream.
So you want to stick around for a little bit and talk to the chat?
Well, yeah, we're going to talk to the chat, talk about some things, such as this first question we just got. When is it going to get released approximately?
So we're thinking next weekend, so on Sunday the 13th.
Probably around noon is when we'll actually be making the switch to kind of get all the downloads moved over, upload everything, and get all the things revealed and nice up there.
Yeah,
So,
because this update is pretty much complete. However, there are still a few bugs we need to work out, so we'll be basically spending this next week taking a look at that, making sure everything is nice and stable.
Also, it's good just to release on a weekend.
Yeah, also people will most likely be available on those weekends.
Next question. Oh yeah, something we forgot to show off. Hey, Road, murder me.
Okay. I didn't like you anyways.
See right there, I just dropped an item. The Bismuth Apple.
Yes, so some of the NFC developers, such as Logan, myself, and the original Minecraft developer Notch, had special items they dropped when they died. Notch had an apple, I have a cookie, 𝐁𝐥𝐨𝐽 added cheese for himself, and Logan likes rainbows, so I decided to add the Bismuth Apple for him. So he drops that whenever he dies on 3.4.0 and forward. Note, I do not condone the murder of foxes.
Next question. Just a lot of dabbing emojis, and when is weed getting added? I will note that when we get compatibility with Forge, you will be able to add your own weed mod to the game.
I have weed. Look, Logan.
Oh yeah, that's... yeah. However, yeah, we are getting... Forge has gotten ported, and has accelerated our schedule a lot for getting that compatible by ChessChicken and Whitebear. ChessChicken is the client section, and Whitebear the server part of the port.
So yeah, and we'll be helping them incorporate this port into the future version of NFC, and then mod compatibility will increase, and then we'll be able to have crazy stuff. Like, I'm really excited for the Forge port because it allows so many things that weren't possible before.
Yeah.
There's so many mods that are going to become compatible, and a lot of people loved adding different mods to NFC, and I'm really looking forward to that.
These patches aren't done yet, however, they're getting very close, and just need to be updated to version 3.4 once we release.
Yeah, these are big things, so don't expect this to be done tomorrow, you know?
Simple mods like Mod Loader and the other mods that currently exist for NFC will be shortly updated after we release the update, or have already been done. Larger things like Forge, though, will be a bit before we actually release them.
Yeah.
We want to make sure they're stable to some degree. Will there be new languages in the future? Yes, tons.
Yeah.
We'd like to get as many languages as possible. If anyone wants to contribute languages, we'll happily add them to the game. And also, if you want to just make a language, you can just make it, distribute a lane file, and people can install it.
Yeah, so I made the system as simple as possible. You don't even need you don't even put the lang files in a folder. All the parameters are stored at the top of the lang file, and all you do is simply define the author and language pack name and stuff all at the top there, and it'll just work. And you can even like make a custom splashes translation. So on the title screen, right now only Biravin's Russian uses this. I don't really require splashes to be translated. If you want your translation to be officially included, it's just a bonus thing if you want. But you can make splash translations, which isn't even a thing Modern does. And all of the game's splashes can then be translated into a different file as well. It's a simple drag and drop system, and pretty much anybody should be able to easily play NFC in their native language. And right now, the available characters is still based on font.txt. We're hoping to implement a better system for that. But you can simply, if you need to add more characters to the game, you can simply add a font sheet for them and then add your characters to font.txt and distribute that as like a jar mod kind of thing.
There's a lot of questions coming in pretty quick, trying to make sure we don't miss anything. What type of food are you going to be adding in the next major update for the mod? And are there going to be foods that are at least 2 blocks high? We're not sure about the heights, but yes, version 4 will be including a food overhaul, which will have a lot of new food items, stuff like that. We won't be adding the hunger system, don't worry, but we will be adding a bunch of new food to help make that section of the game feel a little more fleshed out.
What's the template for making languages? So everything is included in the default language file, like all the the default ENUS language is basically going to still be a template, and even the default language file has been updated to have those same like parameters on the top of it, so you can tell exactly what you need to do.
Zyga asks, NFC is open source, right? Yes, we are fully open source and happy to have anyone come in, help us, distribute our code, let it, and all of that. We're fully open source. Of course, like, assets from Mojang belong to Mojang, but we're trying to work out a solution to distribute our code where we're not redistributing their code. We'll have that working within a week or so of releasing version 3.4. Are there removed features in this update? Not that I know of, unless you consider some of the bugs we fixed features.
Yeah, basically the closest thing that we've come to removing anything this update is just bug fixes. Can't think of anything like off the top of my head that might be removed, but I don't really think I removed anything.
Where can you get Forge Beta? On our forums. There's a mod section on the forums which there is a version that has been released already for the client. It's a bit wonky. It's not compatible with ID Resolver at the moment, which means that trying to install other add-ons with it's a bit difficult, but it is up and functional. So if you want, just go to our forums, go to the mods and add-ons section, and you can find them there. Do the monitors have secret ways of getting them, or are they just from dungeon loot? There's no
discs?
The modern ones.
Yes. So, do you think we should like share how to get them, or should we leave that for something that other people discover? Or should we give a partial explanation?
I say give a partial explanation.
Okay. So the way to get them still involves shooting mobs with skeletons, but it's not all in the creeper. So as you may know, the creeper had 13 and cat, the currently existing discs, to drop from being shot by a skeleton. However, However, only 2 discs were added, so those 2 discs are I'm not going to mention at this time, but basically some other mobs also got 4 discs which drop, and it is up to you to find out which mobs you need to get a skeleton to kill in order to get those discs. By the way, I'm just going to say right now, a skeleton killing another skeleton will not drop a disc because that's just way too easy. But which mob drops what, and what the discs are that they drop, I just basically said the same thing twice, is up for you to decide.
Up for you to decide. You get to decide, and it'll happen. No,
that's not what I meant.
Feel free to document what actually does what, but we're not going to be publicly revealing it because, like, super quickly, because we want to give people some fun. The discs are one of the most secret features of the mod, and we like people having fun trying to figure those things out. And I will say one thing. We are adding another secret. Every update has a secret disc that we say nothing about, other than a tiny little hint. And this update does have another one of those. I will give no further information. We're not going to be enabling it until we do the official release, though.
Yeah, so even our testers won't know how to get it. Well, we are the only people who know how to get it, and we aren't saying anything.
Yep.
Just like before, it's all up to the community to find out how to get it.
And technically, you could look through our source code to figure it out, but that's cheating.
I will frown upon you.
You will be frowned upon. Even though it is
a weeb and a furry will frown upon you. How does that make you feel?
What are some features that didn't make the cut? Can we get any info about content that you tried to implement but never got around to, or it didn't fit in, or anything? Well, one thing we actually, literally, I was trying to implement the last second but didn't get working on the server side, was throwable dynamite. I have a testing build working for the clients, and it will be released as an experimental feature. However, I wasn't able to get it working.
And we also decided that it could potentially introduce some balance changes, and it might be weird with plugins on a server, so
we'll definitely want to do
this back to try to test it.
We'll be doing more testing to try and figure it out.
And one thing that we did forget to mention that I actually really think we should have pointed out, I'm not sure if you actually said anything, but you may notice that he has a compass in his hotbar, and if you have a keen eye, you'll notice on the bottom left of his screen, he can pull up his coordinates without clunking up his screen with the F3 menu. Which, by the way, we added a couple more useful information pieces to the F3 menu.
Yeah, opening it up, you can see that we've kind of integrated some of the interface from like my condensed version of the menu, but we also have some more information like the video card, Windows version, Java installation, the current time of the world, as well as the biome you're currently standing in.
If you're on Windows 10, which you most likely are, it'll say Windows 8.1. We're not sure if this is like Java 8 or just beta not recognizing your OS. Hopefully we can fix that, but I'm not sure if that's like too big of a deal. But just know that it won't detect Windows 10 properly.
There are some larger scale concepts that we're kind of thinking about for this update, however didn't really end up getting implemented. Such as, I really wanted to add a kind of like a blunderbuss type gun to the update. That way there's an easy way to take out gas in the Nether. However, we didn't get around to actually programming in the gun and getting it working. We still might pick that concept back up in the future, but that'll likely be part of a future like weapons update. No idea though, we might implement it the very next update. That's kind of one of those things that you may or may not even see it. We'll have to decide if we think it works.
Will we be releasing the lang files before the update? That's actually a good point. Should we do that?
Yes, we will be.
Alright. So, where do you think we should post them? Just like in the news channel, or are we going to make like a forum post for the lang files for this update before it actually comes out?
Let's make a forum post.
Okay. Like, that's a good idea. I actually didn't think about that. Like, some people might want to get a head start on translations.
Is the tech update still happening? Yes. that'll be update version 5. Version 4, we've kind of moved to be a different type of update. So we've shoved back the tech update more. Someday it'll happen. It's funny because the industrial update has been a thing that's been planned at NFC literally since 𝐁𝐥𝐨𝐮 began working on it. And we're still pushing it back. But it will come. And for people that are impatient, when we get Forge working, you can just shove IC2 in here.
Yeah, Industrial Craft 2 is a pretty nice stand-in for that in the meantime, but that industrial update will take a lot of work from us because we don't have nearly as much programming experience as 𝐁𝐥𝐨𝐽 did. Plus, we came up with a really good idea that I think that we would be able to do, and that's why V4 was pushed back to V5, and we have our own ideas planned out for V4. So we think they're just as cool and easier for us to accomplish. I'm really looking forward to that.
Does it run on the Slim, the PS2 Slim? No, but you probably could get it running on the PS4. As the PS4 is just a PC, and I do know someone that got it hacked into running with, like, just a standard version of Linux.
Yeah, I have I have toyed around with the idea of controller support. Like, I'm thinking about trying that out, and I've like even thought about getting my Switch and seeing if I could boot Linux on it or something, and seeing if controller support will work if you boot Windows or Linux on a console and run NFC through it. Like, that's something I'm actually considering testing. And I do plan on getting a PS5 in the future, so if those if it's possible to mod those to run Linux, I will actually test to see how NFC works on them. So NFC console edition, if this does work out, which by the way, no promises, this is just all ideas right now. But if that does work out, that is probably the closest thing we'll get to an NFC console edition.
There also possibly touch support in the future for like a pocket edition, but
like we want to we're not going to make new versions of NFC, but we want to see if we can toy around with the idea of making the current version support other devices if we add basic functionality for what they can do, like controllers and touching. But
it would be
that's
nice.
No promises. That's just
Right.
that's just ideas. We'll have to toy with that.
But we might make it possible to use it with a Surface or something using the touchscreen.
I know the PS2 question was mostly a joke, but
we have a legitimate answer to the joke.
Yeah, that's kind of weird. Like, why are they taking my joke seriously? Well, we have a legitimate answer. That's why.
Let's see. Is there anything else I mean, one idea also we had was nether biomes. I had that idea and kind of wanted to mess around with it. We're still probably going to implement it eventually, but it'll be a little bit before we do. Just because it'd be nice to have some more variety in the nether as you're walking around. To make the biome a little bit, the dimension a little bit less boring. They won't actually affect much of anything, but we'll have to see what we want to do with them. At the very least, there probably will be a soul sand. We're trying not to copy existing concepts from modern.
Yeah.
So we're not just gonna have the soul sand dimension with blue fire. No.
Yes, this dimension with blue and red trees. What do you mean Crimson Forest? What do you mean Warped Forest? I don't know what that is. Yeah, no.
Are the Skylands coming to a future version? I mean, they're technically in the game.
They're already in NFC. What are you talking about? Just make a new world with a multiverse on a server, and there you go. Or install a mod that allows you to get that unused code. The code is already there. We don't need to add it. And it's been there since... How long has that been there? I know 𝐁𝐥𝐨𝐽 didn't put it there. It's in some beta version. How far back does it go?
I don't know.
Yeah, but the point is, Sky Dimension, already there.
The Sky Dimension's been there since mid-beta. It wasn't in the early versions, but it's been there for a while. They do technically support NFC Origin. However, we haven't updated for a while, so it might still be like a really old version of it. But will we do something with the Skylands? I'm not going to answer that question. Which you can interpret however you want. Oh my god, he's ignoring me again. He was like furry to me. I don't know how to respond to that. How about an entirely new dimension with a new portal? Possibly.
I mean, eventually. Yeah, possibly.
Versions 13.0.
Version 18,000.
2056.
We have flying cars and we have NFC with more dimensions. Yeah, I think we're running out of questions here, and we're making unfunny jokes, which, because I have a crappy sense of humor, I find funny. James, this is a good time to end the stream.
No, there's people still asking questions. You can feel free to leave if you want.
Oh.
When did you say MC Forge was happening for NFC? I'm working on a mod for modern Minecraft, and if it actually ever got anywhere, I'd like to port to NFC. Do you mean... Okay, so there was a plan a while back, when 𝐁𝐥𝐨𝐵 was still working on the mod, to port NFC to modern. That is not currently the plan. We are porting Forge, the beta version of Forge, which exists for beta 1.7.3, to NFC, which means that we're working off the beta version, so modern stuff will not work with it. However, you can feel free to port to NFC. Eventually, we might resurrect the idea of porting to a modern version, and anyone is free to take our code and port it to modern if they want.
But that won't be the primary version, and we decided that's not really fit for the project's vision.
Right.
It doesn't really make sense.
Salt. I need to reload the game with a mod installed because I haven't implemented it. The dynamite will not throw. I just don't have it like enabled. It's not even in this branch of development. It's in a separate. It's in a separate branch of development that I don't even have enabled at the moment. Will chess textures ever be able to rotate properly? Oh yeah, we forgot to mention that.
I put that in announcements, but just real quick, you can place chess chests however you like now.
And you can rotate them by shift right-clicking with a wrench.
Furnaces and dispensers too.
And
old chests in your world will be converted correctly, so don't worry about that. Everything should be converted exactly as it was before, so nothing visually changes about old worlds. But obviously, if something about your old world, a chest you don't like, that's been bugging you, you can now pick it up and move it, or use a wrench to rotate it.
Salt, the add-on for this version will be released when I release the update that'll let you throw dynamite, so you can wait till then. That'll just work on a client, though. Will there be a beta version of the amplified world type? Sure. This won't be this update, but I can make an add-on to do it pretty quickly.
Yeah, wasn't the amplified world type like literally GioCk accidentally changed the world noise values to be at their maximum value, and that's just what happened?
Yeah.
Should be pretty simple.
But yeah, I can remake that. Eventually, we probably will add world variants, so you can create like a super flat world. But
yeah, it's just it's just a matter of when we. It's just a matter of like whenever we change the world creation screen to support that kind of stuff. Because right now, there's not enough room for that. We're gonna have to like add a new screen for that and make sure the world generation can detect and support multiple different world layouts and generation types.
Just to make sure, the live stream is still like getting picked up properly by everyone, right? So just like if there's anything you want me to tweak or something is like getting weird, glitchy and stuff, just let me know. Please, I will throw literal money, fake money at you. Thanks. Are you ever porting any modern biomes to NFC? Possibly. We'd have to rework how biomes work, because the way biomes work is not just you add a new one and it just generates. Biomes generate based on a combination of a temperature and humidity stat that just kind of varies through a noise map as you go through the world. And the biome is determined by what that is. So we can't just shove a new biome. It has to be some combination of a temperature and humidity range, which would replace existing biomes. Now we might add some sort of... Now eventually we'll be reworking biomes to be based on the chunks instead of being hard-coded into the game based on the noise map. So with that, you can just rewrite where and add stuff. So we might make it so certain regions can get overridden with new biomes and then have that work. But at the moment, that's a bit of a while off, so don't expect any new biomes for NFC.
And that might be a bit tricky
soon.
to do, so that's just something that we got our sights on and we kind of want to do because it'll make things a little bit easier to customize.
Right. But it's not soon.
Anything else you want to talk about? I looked through the changelog and pretty much anything that wasn't covered is this exact type of feature, the small stuff that we said we didn't really need to look over.
I'm just looking for the chat to make sure to see if I've missed any questions. But yeah, I think we've covered just about everything that we kind of wanted to cover.
Yeah.
But I'll stay here until people stop asking questions. We're going to timestamp the videos so people can know, looking back at it, when the actual live stream is and when the Q&A section is. So that way people can just watch the section they want.
So, two more things that I want to quickly mention. Back to the discs thing, Pigstep actually, I'm going to quickly clarify, has nothing to do with skeletons and killing things. It has something to do with the Nether. And in case anybody hasn't been keeping up with the announcements, we've moved the item textures, all of the new NFC item textures, to separate sprite sheets. So, and when forges merge, we'll be doing the same for blocks. So hopefully that'll make it a little bit easier for texture pack creators and just making existing texture packs work. Because then you'll now have less to move, and all the NFC stuff is all separate, so you can tell what's what a little bit easier. And I've even documented every sprite that's been moved and where to. Is animal breeding planned? I'm not entirely sure. There are no baby animals, and the spawning system for animals works the same way as it does as it does for other mobs, where they spawn and despawn randomly rather than appearing with chunks and then not spawning too often after that. So breeding wouldn't really fit in if we change those mechanics to be closer to modern. Breeding makes sense in modern because of how animal spawning works compared to the rest of the mobs. How do you think NFC is going to get in terms of scale and product and its popularity? That's really hard to say. We really just work on this whenever we have free time and feel like it. That's why some updates can vary in size and time release, because sometimes we just feel like working on something else, and sometimes we just go on a roll and add a whole bunch of things at once.
Popularity is not something we really care about. I mean, we like people enjoying our mod and sharing it around and enjoying it. And we're happy to have more people, but we're not going to be angry or abandon the project because there's not enough people playing. If there was 2 people that enjoyed the mod, we wouldn't care. We'd care. We'd prefer there be more people in that, but
as long as we have some semblance of a community that we can actually talk to, we'll probably still be here, because I like seeing what you guys have to say about NFC, and I like chatting with you guys, and there really wasn't that, I don't think I would have the motivation to keep going. So thank you all for being here and always supporting us.
And also, the reason why NFC is open source, besides just liking help from the community, is because even when we abandon it and completely just like give up on the project, other people can continue it. And don't worry, that won't be for years into the future. But when we do inevitably give up on it, because we will eventually, other people can continue where we left off. Are custom super flat worlds or just custom worlds in general planned? So I personally want to add some like more configurable options for setting up a world, like configuring stuff like hardcore mode and different variants of that, like how hard you want the world to be, and
Yeah.
custom
almost
structure gen and stuff like that.
Yeah, I almost added like a hardcore mode to this update, but I don't like adding features unless I can make it to like the way I want it to be, and so creative mode is its own game mode. I would have to rewrite a few systems to make more game modes added, and I want to have a spectator mode for to go along with hardcore mode, so you can see where you were at when you died rather than just being told to screw off and being forced to delete the world. And I think either deleting the world or being given the spectator mode option is something that I want to look at. And that's something I want to be included with hardcore mode. Otherwise, if I didn't want that, it would have already been in the game. Because I think being able to like see what you've built and how far you've gotten into your game is a really good idea, and makes hardcore feel less like pointless for people who wonder why they would just build all this stuff only for it to get deleted when they die.
Pardon the sounds coming from my end. I'm just readjusting and my chair happened to slam full force against my desk. A Boltonian asks, where exactly is this open source? There's no such link in the rules and info channel. Well, we haven't published an official way to download the open source code yet, given the fact we don't want to redistribute Mojang's code. Because we don't... That's
a DMCA waiting to happen, so we're hoping to get like... If any of you have seen Forge's source code, it has .patch files. We want to do that. We want to figure out how to do that. But right now the source code is just like at request.
So if you want the source code, send one of us a message and we'll send it straight to you. So we should probably add a note to that into some official channel, so people know how they get their hands on the source code at the moment. But soon
people are going to be clipping that Logan fucking falls over and dies on an NFC stream. Like people are saying it sounds like you fell over.
No, I'm fine. Only a couple broken limbs. Don't worry.
'Tis but a flesh wound.
When are we getting...
Honestly... Oh, sorry.
Why are people posting... Stop posting dab emojis, for Jesus Christ.
But anyways, I'm quite happy with how we did our showcase, though. It was a bit awkward, but it was hella better than last time. Like, we still fit the time frame we wanted to, even though it was kind of not as in order as we thought it would be. I'm glad we could get everything showcased in time. I know that's kind of random saying that like 30 minutes after it ended, but I feel like we can refine what we just did today, and for future updates, and that could be a pretty good system to show future content off.
Yeah, we'll eventually keep refining the showcases, and eventually we'll get it down so it's nice and snappy, and we get everything out in a clean way. We feel like we tried to do as good a job with that as we could this time, but it stumbled a couple places. We'll have a better script next time that helps us align to that a bit better. Does adventure mode go with them as well? Do we want to add adventure mode as well? I see no reason not to. Just kind of a thing of like, there's not much purpose to it in my opinion, but we could definitely shove it in if people want it. For now, if people really want an adventure type mode, I can easily just throw together an add-on that just mods survival mode, so that you can't break anything. So if anyone wants that, I'll throw that together.
While we're on that subject, I think one of the things that Modern does really well is game customization, and we want to bring that level of customization to NFC. When I add adventure mode, when we add adventure mode, I'll also be looking into seeing about item tags, since I know since I'm pretty experienced on how item like NBT tags work. I'm going to try to implement the same system Modern has, where certain items can break certain blocks, so that way NFC people can make adventure maps within NFC, and that'll just bring us one step closer to like people being able to make better custom content and maps and stuff. Since there are already a few maps, and I really like to see that, and I want to see how I can encourage people to make more maps, like give them the tools to make more stuff with the content of NFC. Because beta is really great, and NFC expands upon it well, but one thing it lacks is those tools, the tools for all those like adventure map making tools. And I think that's one thing that spectator mode and adventure mode would bring really well. Like when that was added, a lot of adventure maps used it, even when it was in its basic form. Like you could just like it when it had no tags and stuff for what could break what, when it was just you can't punch anything. It was still pretty good for adventure maps to use. That was kind of awkward, like I kept stuttering, but
So
I think I got the point across, right?
Yeah. So the NFC channel is 300 subscribers. I think there was something that was supposed to happen once NFC hit 300 subs. Something about a lot of artichokes. I know that 𝐁𝐥𝐨𝐮 had a bunch of like plans and stuff like that. If anyone wants to send that to us, we can try picking through them and see if we want to keep with those. I'm okay with keeping those things alive if people are interested.
Are you gonna add the ability to select multiple texture packs at once? I'm not sure if Logan will look into that, but I'm actually gonna say no on that one, because the reason why Modern is able to do that, because each texture has its own file, and doing that would break compatibility with every texture pack in existence for beta and NFC up until that point, and we want to do the exact opposite of that.
We could make it work by stitching together textures, like whenever you try running a texture pack. So you could stack them all and it could stitch together all of them into like one sheet, but
that's a big project and like hypothetical though.
That would be, yeah. If we ever do something like that, it'll be years off.
But yeah, and such, we don't really think it would fit, because having a lot of items in one big sheet kind of defeats the whole purpose of stacking multiple texture packs on top of each other.
Realistically, it's kind of just a case of, if you want to shove together two texture packs, just open an image editor and shove them together. It's not tricky to make a texture pack.
Yeah, that's basically all we can say, because the current system just would not work well with that. It would basically be useless.
Will the current available add-ons need to be ported for the update, or are the changes minimal enough that they will still work? Some will still work, some will not. I'll document I'll move over the ones that don't need to be updated into the new download page, and the ones that need to be updated will not be, and I'll just have new versions up. I'll document as I go along what needs to be updated and what doesn't.
Like, that's a very subjective thing, because NFC doesn't use any modding APIs, it just edits classes directly, and basically if you don't know what that means, some things change some parts of the game, and if we change those same parts, then the mod needs to be updated. It's on a case-by-case basis. We can't just say, yes, add-ons will work, or no, they will not work. You have to look at each add-on individually and see what it changes and see if it still works.
What he said. Why not add this new type of texture pack and also keep the old ones working as well? Well, yeah, that's what we would do if we actually did that type of system. We would have old texture packs work as well as a new type of texture pack with like a second pack.png tag that could just install over everything and still would work. We can make it work. It's just we're not going to because it's very hard to program. Someone
yeah,
else
like
is...
the texture atlas from Modern is sorry about interrupting, but the texture atlas from Modern is a really impressive system, and to do anything even remotely on this very tweakable level with texture packs, we'd also need to have some sort of stitching or atlas. That's why it's quite a huge feat to do something like that.
As with everything, though, if people want enough, if someone's willing to program it for us and help us out, we'll be happy to have you.
Yeah, like if we think you've implemented a system that fits well into the default game, and like it would bring something to NFC, would be happy to add it.
Yeah.
That's why the project is open source. Anybody can like lend a hand if they choose to, or make any add-on they want.
What about chat and single player? I personally do want to enable that because I just think it's nice to be able to take a quick note inside the chat if you want to like mark down something real quick.
Yeah.
There's no reason
There's
not
also
to.
written books, but
There is, but there's no reason not to enable the chat. See,
Yeah.
this is one of we don't quite agree on this point. I want to enable it. He's kind of ambivalent to it. We're likely we're not going to add anything else to the update from now, so for the next update there will be an experimental feature on the bottom of the items page which will enable it.
Yeah. So we'll have to see how that goes. Like, one thing I liked about the creative options menu was simple. You didn't have to learn any commands to use it. Perhaps we could have both systems.
I do not want to add commands, is what I'm trying to say. I just think having a window for typing out text does not mean we have to have a command system as well. I just think we should have the ability to be able to take notes real quick. We could add commands to single player if people want it. If people want that, feel free to tell us and we'll add it. But at the moment, we don't plan to add that. What do you like least about modern Minecraft? What's your opinion? You're a modern player.
As a modern player, a lot of people would say the combat. I don't really have any problems with the combat. I used to hate it, but I'm just like, I'm looking at it like, this is actually not a bad change. It's just, it was really different, and Mojang kind of forced it on people without any warning, which is probably why I feel like if they presented the new combat a little bit better and didn't say, hey, this is how it's going and you have to accept this, screw you, I would have accepted it earlier. But I'm trying to think of what I dislike most about Modern. I think it's rather not with the game itself. I think it's fun. It's with how Mojang handles things sometimes. They seem very inconsistent about the kind of ideas they bring along. Like, they won't add sideways slabs because it apparently inhibits creativity, but they added campfires, which removes the whole point of coming up with your own unique campfire design. Like, they do stuff like that, like campfires and sideways slabs is not the only example. I could go on for days about how they say one thing and then they proceed to do another thing, which basically goes against what they said, while also still refusing to add X thing while continuing to add other things that go against that same idea.
Modern is very good at adding concepts in and then not expanding on them for years.
Yeah.
The thing I hate the most, as a beta player, the enchanting system. I despise it. I think it's what people claim that the adventure update in beta 1.8 is what ruined the game and like the beta feeling. I disagree. While I think the world gen sucked in beta 1.8, what killed the feeling of the original game was the enchanting system in the end. The enchanting system is just, it's a bodge. It feels like something they shoved in there because they didn't want to add more ores to the game.
Like, gotcha, like you randomly throw your item in there, pay experience and lapis, and get random things out that you don't have control over. I feel like that could have been done a bit better, I do agree. Enchanting itself isn't a bad idea, and it plays into Modern's XP system. Well, it would play into the XP system really well. It wasn't, I think, making it so random and out of your control is kind of crummy. At least they've given you more control over the years, like adding anvils and enchanted books and ways to clear enchantments from an item using a grindstone to at least try again. Those
As a
were good
beta
moves,
player,
but honestly, the problem with the system itself is just how random and stupid it is.
The XP system itself is stupid. I don't think it should be. It doesn't fit the game, in my opinion.
I love the mending enchantment, though. It's such a good use of the XP system.
But my opinion is they could have done the entire system perfectly without a single bit of enchantment. For instance, Tinker's Construct. Tinker's Construct is exactly what I think Mojang should have done for instead of the enchanting system. Eventually we might be adding stuff that's kind of in the vein of that, but very unlikely. We'll probably stick to the beta feeling.
That's just hypothetical ideas that probably won't get in, but aren't like guaranteed not to. But like Tinker's Construct is cool as hell. I love this idea that you can build your own tool and then and you never lose it. Like it's always yours. Like it won't like you can't destroy it, and you can even make it soulbound if you have another star, and it'll stay with you when you die. I think that's a really good idea, even if soulbound's kind of overpowered.
To answer the question of what Tinker's Construct does, you craft a tool inside of its bench, and that's your tool. And you can upgrade it, you can add enhancements to it, you can build a new one as well if you want a new material, like for the head and stuff. You can cast on new items, you can... And if you want
Sorry.
If you want to enhance your item however you want, you can. Instead of shoving enchantment on and just having that be magically together and reading books at the thing, apparently, the way you improve your item is by adding an item to improve your item, such as mending. There was mending in Tinker's Construct for years before Modern ever added it, by just putting some items on there, and it would slowly regrow the item as you stood out in the sun. So,
yeah, basically, Tinker's Construct, if you still don't understand, I'm going to break it down to a little simple explanation. Imagine if the tool crafting system was a bit different. You take a different type of bench, and instead of putting, say, for a sword, 2 ingots and a stick, you make a sword blade, and then you get a handle, and there's your sword. But you can make it out of several different materials, and each different material has like different effects. Like for example,
I think they get it by now, Road. We don't need to break it down 50 different ways.
I'm sorry, I just like talking about Tinker's Construct. I really like it.
It's a neat mod, and I think it's a much better implementation of what Modern did through enchanting. I just think that the enchanting system, it encourages just walking on and killing mobs and stuff, and it doesn't really encourage the thing that I feel the game is best at, which is that sandbox creativity. Granted, of course, the Blood Moon, you could argue, does not encourage sandbox creativity, but it encourages the alpha feel of the game, which is that more difficulty part. So, yeah, it's all down to just personal opinion and kind of what you do.
I've got to go soon, so
yeah.
Are you gonna keep on going after this, or do you want to wrap it up with just?
No, I'm gonna keep going until people are done asking questions.
All right. In that case, I'll stay here for like 5 more minutes, but I gotta get going. I'm scheduled to go to work in an hour. Jesus Christ. Okay, Salt, please stop spamming. I will add weed in 2088.
Will there be new types of stone like in modern versions with andesite? Possibly.
Yeah, it's not going to be as bodged of an implementation as it is in modern. Right now, they're just ugly blobs of stone all over the world. I don't think any of them are bad blocks. They're just implemented poorly. We want to have something in a more unique way, and of course, we want them to be less intrusive. Like, you're not just randomly collecting 4 different types of stone. Like, you'll have, maybe you'll have certain areas that are made of one type of stone. And of course, you'll also be able to make stone tools with those, so it's not useless to you. But we want to, if we do add that kind of stuff, we would want to implement it in a way that doesn't clutter your invent, because that's one of the problems that the new stones introduced, because their world gen is just really crummy.
Yeah, I was just kind of thinking what Bultonian said. 1.17 has added kind of what we're talking about, and I was kind of thinking, like, if we add different types of stone, it'll be more similar to 1.17 in their implementation, where they have.
Well, that's 1.18. I get what you mean now, but it's 1.18 now. They're splitting Cave Update into 2 parts. One for the the blocks and basic features, and another for the huge cave generation and stuff, and world height.
Well, that's stupid.
Yeah, it is. Like, I'd rather they just delay the whole update instead of splitting it into 2 parts. But that's just me.
Do you think zombies breaking down doors or something similar will ever be added? I really love the idea of encouraging building that works defensively. The issue of zombies breaking down doors is that, A, you can bypass it really quickly just by putting dirt in front of your door. So,
Did you know that zombies can only break doors that are closed? So if you placed your door as if it visually in the open position and then clicked on it, it will be open, but it will visually be closed. Like, it's really hard to describe. But when you place a door, it is closed, and then when you click on it, that is the open position. So if you like place it in a way where when it's open, it's blocking the door, the zombie can't break it. So it's kind of easily bypassable too.
To answer the question, possibly. We'll have to think about it. It would fit into the Blood Moon. If we did add it, it'd be related to Blood Moon. But we're not adding it for this update, and I feel as though it might not work correctly. So don't hold your breath on it.
Yeah. But if we did add that, I feel like that would make the wrenching iron doors thing more useful, because I would make it so zombies can't break an iron door, and you'd keep a wrench on you to open your door.
Any possibility of adding a tutorial world? Tutorial mode?
We've considered it.
I would like to have the achievement system slowly kind of morph into kind of somewhat of a tutorial.
You'll notice... Oh, sorry.
Kind of similar to how the advancement system works, where it tells you like to move around to and get that. I would like to implement something like that into the game. I don't think a specific tutorial mode really would make sense, but I'd be happy to make the game more user accessible to beginners.
Yeah. Like, you'll notice there are 2 new achievements. I was going to add more, but it was taking a lot of time to come up with unique achievements. So we'll do that in the future, but if Logan is in the achievement screen, you'll see that there are 2 new achievements, and some achievement descriptions are changed a little bit to be more descriptive. And you'll notice achievements that don't have their parent unlocked, the really dark ones, you can actually see their name and description now, so you could use that as like a hint at what you can do in the game. And we want to introduce more achievements like that, because the advancement system, the way it teaches the player what to do within the advancement tooltips is really clever. And I think introducing achievements that help teach the player about NFC and maybe even just beta in general is a good idea.
Also, we made the achievements that are unlocked green because we thought it looks nice. And it fits with the color of the lines.
Yeah.
Are backpacks or similar items planned? Unlikely. We don't really want to encourage people to be down in caves for a long time. I'd rather encourage people to think of solutions for transporting items, such as minecarts, for instance. We'd love people to use minecarts more often and kind of shove their stuff in there, paint it off to their house, and maybe have to put their stuff deposit automatically and pick it back up for like the industrial update. Also, eventually, for the industrial update, one thing we do have very thoroughly planned, because I want this feature in there, is some form of pipes. Whether they be pneumatic, wind-powered, or something like that, they will be in there. As long as I'm still involved in development, pipes are in there.
Yeah, and as for the minecart comment, if you've heard of a player in our community called King Luke the 7th, on his channel there's actually a really good video on why backpacks should not be in and why minecart, you should be learning how to properly use and take advantage of minecart with chest. That actually brings us, I want to quickly use this opportunity to talk about a bug fix. Minecarts couldn't push each other if they were facing I think north or south. So that's been fixed, and furnace minecarts are actually a little bit better at pushing things. So this is a perfect time to this update would be a perfect time to learn how to set up railways using your furnace minecarts and minecart with chests. And so we want to encourage people to use that system that's already in the game, since that is a perfectly valid way of moving items from one place to another. Yeah, hoppers, I've always been touchy about that. Like, one thing about beta is that it isn't really automated all that much, and adding hoppers would kind of break that feeling. I feel like hoppers do a lot for automation. Like, think of like anything in modern that is automated, and I will guarantee you that there's a 50% chance there's a hopper in there. Like, hoppers do way too much for automation, in my opinion, and they would need to be toned down significantly or changed in some way.
I'm gonna as I have to use the bathroom real quick. I'm gonna leave for a second. Road will continue asking questions for a second. When I come back, then
I was actually about to leave.
Stay here until I get back.
Okay. Damn furries, am I right? Alright, let's see here. Cool as a bonus. Yeah, tutorial world would be pretty cool as a bonus. What about hoppers with only one slot? I don't know. Thank you for all the work and time you've put into this project. Well, you're welcome. When we work on this in our free time, but when we are working on it, we want to make sure that I don't know why I unmuted the stream. I can't really talk. We do want to be sure that we are making something that beta players enjoy.
Now you may leave.
Alright. Alright. Well, that's my cue to leave. I really gotta get going. Thank you, Logan, for hosting the stream today. I think this was a semi-successful test of our new way to format our live streams, and it was nice and quick, albeit a little awkward, but I think we'll be able to easily fix that next time. But yeah, I've got to go. So thank you all for tuning in. Logan will take here from in on. Logan will take this stream from here on out, and once he gets back. But yeah, thank you all for your support. Thank you all for everything you do for this community. You are why we do this.
Hello, I'm back.
And that being said, see ya.
Okay, I'm back, everyone, and here to answer some questions. Yeah. I always look for everything. Tutorial world, we may or may not end up adding one. It's just a little bit of an awkward feature to shove in, and we want to integrate it properly. But all depends on how we end up doing it. Let's make sure yes, my mic is turned on. Minecart linking to make trains easier / more consistent. Eventually, yes. However, actually, I've already tried developing that once and couldn't figure it out, so that'll come in the future. However, you can't just place a furnace minecart behind everything, shove it forward, and it should work. If we add hoppers, we'd want them to be powered by some form of electricity or something like that, maybe like mechanical power. That'll be for the industrial update, so we don't have any sort of like official plans. There will be some way you have to like pick stuff up and move it if we add pipes. So some type of hopper type thing will exist, but it won't just be a block that automatically pulls everything through. Thanks for the comment, William. I really appreciate that. Yes, I do use Discord Lite theme. Fight me. Mob grinders do work properly. They work the same as they always have. The one distinction is the mobs are stupider, so you don't need to do like the extra tricks to make them fall into the pit. They'll just fall straight in. Blutonian, sir, you are the only person I've ever met who uses Discord Lite theme. Have your eyes degraded since you began? No, because the contrast between what you're looking at and your themes on your desktop is what hurts your eyes. My room is light. Whenever someone complains about light mode, I just hear, I live in a cave, and my room is dark. My room is light, therefore light theme is fine. What Windows version are you on? I'm using Windows 10. I just use Start as Back to customize my tab bar, which is why it looks like Windows 8 and has the old-fashioned start menu. Why do you use... I'm going to stop answering questions in regards to light theme. Let's look at some of the questions I've gotten from... All right. Imagine a full eclipse and mix it light level 0 or 5 minutes. Pure darkness. That's actually a pretty good idea. I like that idea. We might do something of that in the future. It'd be fun to kind of maybe do some sort of thing like that. If we did that, I'd also like to misalign the Earth, the sun, and the moon, so they like can occasionally be seen in the sky at the same time, because that makes more sense compared to how they work like on the real Earth. So we might mess around with something like that in the future. At the very least, I will, and might end up implementing something like that. But yeah, eclipse style event would be awesome. And I mean, it makes sense because we're already ripping off Terraria for the blood moons, so might as well rip them off a little more for an eclipse. Opinions on slime blocks. I was trying to add them, but I didn't. Eventually, I would like them to be added to the game. I think they fit perfectly, and they make redstone structures better. As well as we will continue to try helping redstone work a bit more stably as time goes on. They should be a bit more stable overall, and they have been in regular beta, but they're still a bit quirky. We'll be making it better as time goes on. Do you think NPC villages and villagers are a good or bad feature? I don't like them. I think the Minecraft should feel like a game where you're all alone. That was in the original trailer, even. Of like, you're alone, you get to populate the world. So I feel like having people there that populate your single-player world doesn't make any sense. Like, even the NFC structures you see around the world are all, like, ruins and stuff. We're definitely sticking within the line of kind of this being a world that might have been populated at one point, but at the moment you're alone. With the caveat of multiplayer and there being multiple people thrown in. But nonetheless, still kind of that feeling. I'm not diametrically opposed to their implementation and the features they add, but I don't agree with their presence in the game. Turn on the smooth tree lighting. I'm the reason why the smooth tree lighting's in the game, because I love it, the look of that. I've never really been a fan of the beta look of leaves. What do you think about the take that Minecraft beta is a zombie apocalypse survival? Yeah. I'd say it's more an alien world you got shoved into. Because, well, sure, there are zombies and skeletons. There's also creepers, which are basically like aliens. They don't really mesh with anything that's in the real world, as well as the giant spiders stuff. It seems like kind of like a parallel universe that you got shoved into. Now, one concept I do like is the idea of the Skylands being like the end and the Skylands being the same place, just one is after a gigantic apocalypse. We might end up doing something of that in the future. Not the end, but like possibly something in the Skylands and adding like Enderman and stuff to the dimension, but have them be like a bit different. Like they will ones with like the green eyes and stuff, but who knows? Once again, concepts, nothing set in stone. No promises will add any of this. But we are doing some things with those kind of concepts. Can you dig through the world? I'm not sure what you mean by that. Like, is that a request? Like, that's a water. I mean, it's nothing special. It's just the void. We haven't, like, tweaked anything about it. Just regular void. Why am I not dying? What? I guess we've discovered a new glitch. That's not intentional. Is that just like a creative mode thing, or? Well then, flying is not enabled on this server. It seems like if you fall in survival, it works correctly. That is weird. Also, I've completely lost track of where that was that we were hosting that, so I guess I'm going from there. But yeah, next Sunday, the idea is at noon, we'll be flipping over the server to version 3.4 and releasing the update to everyone. That being both the multi-MC instance and the installer will be getting the new version pushed to it. And unlike last time, we will not be breaking any plugins when we do the upgrade to only fix them like a year later. So DinMap will continue to work. Hopefully, I guess. Oh, one thing we forgot to mention. Snow. You actually can stack it now, like modern. So yeah, that's a neat little thing. We'll be trying to fix smooth lighting underwater. Lighting and water are weird. I would like to eventually someday fix it so smooth lighting just works on water and also underwater possibly, but at the moment we're not planning to fix any of it because I don't understand it well enough to. We'd like to fix it at some point, but it'll be down to us having to understand what we need to fix. I'm going to move to the regular server. That way there's something more entertaining to look at while I'm flying around. So now feel free to ask questions in both the server channel and the YouTube live stream. Hello, Dave. What would be your advice for people who are new to Minecraft and programming in general? Modding Minecraft, you don't necessarily need to be that good at programming. I consider myself a terrible programmer. If you asked me to program a calculator in Java, I couldn't do it. But I can program for the mod perfectly fine. You don't need to know much programming to mod Minecraft. Just pick a way to do it and go for it. My recommendation is to work with MCP, which there are lots of good tutorials out there for. I recommend, if you want help with modding the game, heading over to Modification Station, because they've got a big community out there who are very dedicated and helpful for helping out those kind of things. Likewise, we also have our own Discord, the Legacy Collective, which you can also head over to and say things, because my god, that server's been dead and we're trying to resurrect it, but it's a bit of an effort. You got any videos for programming GUI stuff in beta 1.7.3 MCP? No, but I probably It's not too tricky to do that kind of stuff. It's just a case of forking the existing things and doing it. But I'm not sure there's any tutorials written out there for doing that, unfortunately. If I find anything, I'll be sure to let you know. Eventually, I'd like to make my own tutorial series for MCP and help you out with people that are new to modding, but I haven't gotten around to it yet. Okay, Salt, stop. I will mute you if you continue. I'm sorry for being silent. I'm just waiting for people to ask more questions. There we go. Like that. Do you have plans on overhauls of caves? Not really. I mean, the caves have been basically kind of overhauled in a sense. They are infinite, so you can basically walk into a cave and go down it as far as you want, and it won't really... It's very unlikely that the cave will just end and not have any way to go. Because the caves have been expanded by a lot in NFC to go as far as you want them to. We may eventually add more variants of caves, so some are kind of like bigger and have bigger entrances, or like generate differently in different layers. But at the moment, we're pretty happy with their current functionality. We can't really replicate what like Mojang did with the update for 1.18, I guess. Whatever it is. Because we don't have the world height enhancement. I mean, the world's only 128 blocks high at the moment. We will eventually be adding, trying to remember the anvil to the world, which will add in the modern kind of world format, so it'll be able to be 256 blocks tall. With that, we can expand the caves down if we want to, but likely we'll just be expanding the top of the world. We'll have to fiddle around with it and see, though. So, do we have any overhauls of caves? Kind of. But we don't have anything solid in stone. Do you think you could add a window that has 4 panes in it? Sure. We just want to wait to add more blocks that have just decorative functions until we get the Forge integration working, because then we'll have as much space as we want for new blocks. We're trying to hold off on adding tons of new blocks currently, because every block we add gives less space for add-ons. What new forms of player-made lighting are you planning on adding? Well, we do have a couple new ones, such as the blue glowstone that we were showing off in the live stream earlier. But like last, we probably will be adding some form of electrical lighting, like a redstone lamp or something like that. I don't really want the redstone lamp to look the same as the modern one, but we probably will add something like that. Just because, no reason not to. Are there any plans for custom mobs, or is the idea to stick to what's already there / adding variants of them? I can definitely say we will be adding custom mobs to the game that have their own models and fancy looks to them. Forge integration. You're going to make this compatible with other mods? Yes. Ever since I got involved in the project, I've been trying to make the mod more compatible with other mods, and I will continue to move forward in that direction. Leo, hello. I'm not sure if my mic is picking up, but my cat has decided to barge into my room to interrupt me. Do you have any plans to move NFC classes in the net.minecraft.source, NFC, or like packages? Yes. I would like to eventually restructure the mod to move things around and get it more user-friendly. However, when we do that, that'll be with the Forge integration and a rework of the mod. We want to do all that stuff kind of at the same time. For now, everything will be in this main class package, but we will eventually split it off. Do you have any ideas / plans for an entire dimension, such as completely implementing the Skylands, something like that? Yes, we do. I don't really want to reveal exactly what our plans are, because that would spoil it. At the very least until we get closer to it. You can already probably guess what they are, but I won't say it out loud. But yes, we do have a specific plan to add a new dimension to the game. Why is the water dark there? An add-on that I made. It makes the water themed based on the current biome you're in. It's just something that I like to use the game with. And you can customize it based on the current texture pack. Can't remember which one I had in here that did it. I might not have actually. Yeah, I don't think I have it in here. But you can customize this based on the add-on I use. It's on the mods and add-ons page if you want to look. Someone has broken my snow. I don't know who did that, but whoever did it, who probably is watching this, no, stop it. Bad. You think you might add old boat / minecart physics. I'd be up for it. Road is less up for it. The boat physics I would love to add back in for the escalating boat. However, the minecart is unlikely. Likely we'll just be making booster rails a little more effective and just other methods. We did make furnace minecarts more effective, so that'll be making that a little bit nicer to use. Welcome to all the people that are joining the server. We appreciate you joining and checking out our community. What, do people not like the Java textures inside NFC? I'll revert it back to default. If you want, I can try. Maple, if you logged in with an old account, if you still have your username, I can easily just transfer every thing you might have had at that point to your new account. One thing I will note is that if you have an account, and before you make a name change, if you haven't logged on years, I'd recommend logging on first, then changing your name, because we have changed the system so the player data is UUID based instead of username based. So if you log in first, then change your account name, you'll keep your stuff, even though we have to manually migrate plugin stuff still. Yes, the Jade tank. I'm pretty sure old boat physics are in beta tweaks. They are. Beta tweaks is a fantastic mod. It's also on our mods and add-ons page. I recommend downloading it and messing around with it. I personally do use it. That's how I have scrolling in the chat, which is very nice. Eventually we'll be integrating some features of that into our mod. It'll just be a little bit. One thing we didn't mention during the chat is that we have boosted the character limit of messages so that you can send a message that's like 200, 300 characters long, and it won't yell at you and cut you off. So that'll be more helpful for people trying to type out long paragraphs. What do you think about MIP mapping? I support it. Just eventually might add something in to enable it into the game. We just haven't got around to it yet. I have no issue of adding new things that can be toggled on and off. Even if some people might not like the look of it, if it can be toggled off, then there's no reason not to add it. I personally don't use it when it's integrated into the game, but I have no issue with its integration. I'll definitely look for it, Maple, after the stream and see if I can do the migration. How old is NFC? Old, like 7 years old. I think it started development in 2014, if I'm remembering correctly. I would like to note that most of Notch's textures were thrown together using noise maps and lines of pixels in Paint.net. I like his art. It looks nice, but it definitely was made lazily, and I have no issue with that. Just, it's easy to make stuff match it because his art style was not very defined. And stuff from later on in the game, of course, doesn't match the styling because those actual artists who made those textures. The Java textures do a great job of unifying the interface. However, they obviously don't have the same charm as the original. I think both are good. What is magnetite? Magnets. Not sure if it actually is what the actual... I think magnetite is type of... I'm not sure if that's a real ore that exists in the real world, but magnetite ore is how you get magnets in NFC. And those can craft the magnetic tools now. Do you think you'll be making any changes to the sound engine to add things like reverb, or just restructure it or optimize it? Well, we already have optimized it. Like, fix it up a little bit here and there, such as stuff like music controls the sounds of music disc, and you can configure the volume in real time without like canceling them. Sound works better, and we have like main menu music and stuff that can be configured. We'll eventually be splitting off the UI and making it into its own thing where you can have fine control of different elements of the interface, but that'll be for the future. Do we plan adding reverb though? Unlikely. But we'll probably add stuff like ambient effects, so like if you're just walking around in like a forest biome, you might hear birds chirping or something like that. Or we might just tell people install Matmos if you want that. We're not sure. For real though, Logan, you sound so much like 𝐁𝐥𝐨𝐽. I beg to disagree, but... what about a resource pack functionality or even a full-on custom rendering API? Well, I did mention that earlier. We had some ideas for possibly stitching together textures in Real whenever you load a texture pack and like having layers, so stuff like that. But there'd be a lot of work that's required in that for not much gain. Realistically, people can just take a texture pack, throw the textures in there, and load it up. It's not too tricky. So there's not much reason for us to launch into trying to make texture packs stackable and stuff like that. We'd have to do a lot of work for not much gain. We will probably add cocoa beans to the food update, which will be version 4. Version 4 is not going to be just a food update. There's going to be more major changes, but that is one of the major things we'll be changing and adding to. Likely cocoa beans will be added to the update. Hello again, Leo. If anyone wants to see my cat, check out my YouTube channel. Yes, changing your username will kick you from your faction. I just need to go into your faction information and change you back to being the owner. Just everyone that has issues with their usernames not matching up with factions and stuff, just send me a private message or just ping me, and I'll fix it once the live stream stops. Because I don't want to mess around with the server data while still streaming. But yeah, please ping me for that, because if 5-6 people are trying to ask me to fix things at the same time, I will definitely forget to do everyone. The wonders of time zones. Europeans. Nice house. It's very compact. Ooh, and fun fact, we can see your inventories too. For instance, I can see your inventory, Maple, and steal your sword. I am not holding your sword. I should put it back. Hey, the thing is, I've given out one bedrock block to one player. So, if something happens with it, I know exactly who did it. Well, the thing is, we actually had an Anarchy server for a while, and nobody played it. So we gave up on the thing. If people want one back, I host a server and I can relaunch the thing. I just don't think anyone's interested still. So, unless people can verifiably say they're interested and will play more than like a couple days, then I'll relaunch it. Can we add smarter line breaks into chat? Eventually. But not yet. We have to do some extra processing for like words. Basically, we need to parse it, change all the spaces into line breaks, like basically make it into a giant string that's like a string array, have each like element broken out of a thing, and then align things based on which element it's part of. And if it goes over, then break that line over to the next one. Because that's the only way we can make it tell what is a word versus... Because at the moment, it's just letters. Are new biomes planned? I've answered this question, I think, 3 times now, but I shall answer it again. Eventually. Currently, no. To the overworld, no. But eventually, to other places, yes. We do want to add biomes to the Nether. Why is typing / list in my home, sir? First stops a server. I mean, it shouldn't. It's just / list. I want anarchy. Cool. You are one person. Besides biomes, what changes do you think will be making terrain generation, if any? Unlikely any. Eventually, we might add oceans into the game. However, that would be similar within our idea of kind of overlaying terrain onto the world generation and making it kind of bend into it instead of rewriting the generation engine. But we might end up adding more biomes and stuff eventually. I mean, you're looking at what's the closest thing to an ocean right now on my screen. There is no ocean biome. There just happens to be areas of the world where the goes below water level, and that's where the ocean generates. Do I approve of your house? Yes. I very much approve of it. Do you think you'll be making any changes to dungeons, or that you'll be adding similar things like jungle pyramids or something brand new? We do have structures built into the game already. We probably will add more structures as time goes on. And I'm not sure if we're able to determine them generating based on the current biome. If we can't currently, we'll probably add something like that into the game to let us pick out those kind of things. But yeah, I am totally in support of adding things like that. This is still the Q&A section, by the way. Idea being that I'll just keep this thing going till people get bored of asking questions. Eventually, though, if people want me to, I can just end the live stream and transition just to either a separate live stream or just continue. Stuff like that. At the moment, though, I'm just thinking of separating it out based on time codes. So it just says, this part is the reveal section. This is the Q&A section. So the video might be like 4 hours long, but the actual presentation part is still short. Either that, or what I might do is grab the video, separate out the Q&A section to a separate video, and upload that separately. I think that's what I'll do. So the Q&A section can be viewed separately from the actual live stream itself. Do you plan on implementing wood types like birch or spruce? No. I hate different wood variants. I think they're ugly, pointless, and bad. That is why we have stained wood. I am receptive to adding more variants of colors, though. Eventually, so we might add in like different variants of wood for like birch and stuff, but they won't use the modern textures because I really dislike those. But yeah, we heavily encourage anyone that wants different plank variants to use the stained planks, as well as our stained glass, which we also have. We could minigram, but I just don't really think that's a very user-friendly implementation. And we could make like different textures for wood that like you can craft different variants of, but I feel like I'd rather implement some different system for making different wood variants. Personally, if it's up to me, I'd probably rip out different tree variants entirely. Or at the very least, kind of merge them together so they just drop the same type of wood. Well, probably not, but I'm not a fan of the feature. I never would have added it to begin with. One thing I will do when I upload the live stream, so I'm going to chop the live stream to just be the presentation section, download the entire thing, and then cut down the Q&A section from the several hour long adventure this has been into hopefully like something that's like only 40 minutes long by just chopping out all the silent parts as well as just extraneous things that have been said that don't really answer anything. So I'll make the information a bit easier to digest. I feel like having a cat allergy after petting my cat, because my face is itching badly now. Confound me for touching my face after petting my cat. Allergies. Not even once. Don't do them. They're bad for you. Give me one moment, please. Hello, ladies, gentlemen, and all other pronouns. I am back. I apologize for not putting on any music while I left, as that was a bummer and probably very boring. On the bright side, though, I currently now have a burger. I shall send a photo of it after I clean my camera lenses. They are not cleaning. There we go. I will send it in the off-topic channel of NFC. Behold. Once again, sections like this, when the video is uploaded, will be cut out. Let me attempt to add some music into the background. I will turn off the screen for a moment while I search for some music. I will continue to serenade, though, you with my voice, while I search for some fine tunes to play in the background. Ah, yes, I've got it. I apologize. Let's just play some nice C418. And we're back. So how is everyone doing right now? Is everyone enjoying themselves? Is everyone excited for the update? Does anyone want me? Anyone have any last minute, like, hey, this needs to be added. How can you not add this? Type things. Fix your rolls, Dave, and also welcome back to the NFC server. Save those french fries for later, as well as this burger, as I had a relatively large lunch pretty recently. But the burger was good. I'm going to bump down the volume of this music slightly, as I feel like it's probably a bit too loud to comprehend me over. Kind of gimmicky, but they could serve a Persona 5 music. No. Well, that was something. That was a sight. No, I didn't eat the burger. I put it away because I didn't want to eat it standing. Ah, God. Also, I can't get over the comment of, I sound like 𝐁𝐥𝐨𝐨𝐽. No, I do not. Like, if you want to think that, go right ahead, but... Stop bursting my door open, cat. Get away from my sandwich. There, relaxing. 𝐁𝐥𝐨𝐴 still around. He's just very uninvolved from the NFC community. He's getting married. I'm not sure if he has been married yet. He hasn't been back yet. But yeah, he has a wife, wife of his own, and he gave up on developing NFC. Lost interest. So now me and Rhoda are the main developers. Now, the difference between 𝐁𝐥𝐴 and me is that 𝐁𝐥𝐴 was a programming major, and he has lots more knowledge about this kind of stuff. I am in college, and I am a psychology major, which means that by the end of it, I still will be just as clueless about how to work with Minecraft, like Java code, as I am now. I'm honestly surprised I've gotten as far as I have, with how little I actually know about programming properly. I kind of just shove things in until it works. But yeah, we all deeply appreciate the work 𝐁𝐥𝐴 put into this project. We're really happy he did what he's done. We wouldn't be here without him, obviously. He made a great mod. Yeah. If a project ever gets passed along to new devs, I'm sure they'll love the messy code. Yeah. 𝐁𝐥𝐴's code was fun trying to comprehend after when we got passed off to me. Like, trying to understand, why the heck is item searching not working? Now, get this. You know how we've been adding translation support to the game? 𝐁𝐥𝐨𝐵 literally removed translations to the game. He literally hard-coded the name of every single thing into the files itself. So the entire language just completely got removed from the game. It's like any sort of adding it tried to inject the code into the game to like the language file, but the language files never got read by anything, so it just was broken. So yeah, messy code. Fun to interact with. We still very occasionally run into stuff that he programmed a while back, and we're just like, what? It's not to say that much of our code is any better. We have a lot of bodges and half-baked things. Granted, Road always tends to do a lot more work than I do in terms of like getting everything clarified. He's a pretty good programmer. I'm definitely happy to have him working, because if it weren't for him, none of these updates would have probably happened. Ever thought about more weather variation? A little. We have added in, like, we improved rain in 1.8.7 so that it's not, like, ear deafening. But eventually we might add more weather variants into the game, like windy weather, maybe tornadoes eventually. Might be fun to add some disasters into the game. Wouldn't want them to destroy much, though, because that'd be annoying. If we had tornado, it'd probably be like mostly cosmetic. Something that might pick up mobs and stuff, but wouldn't actually destroy any terrain. Not sure though. One thing we could add is seasons eventually, which would allow different areas of the map to get kind of populated at different times with snow and stuff. And kind of have it melt off later. Earthquakes on biome boundaries representing tectonic plates would be badass. You'd be able to tell where they might hit, so you can avoid building there to begin with. Yeah, that'd be a fun idea. As with most of these things, a fun idea does not mean we'll develop it. It's just a case of, it's a fun idea. We could do something like that, definitely. Not sure how. I mean, an earthquake wouldn't be too difficult to do either. It'd just be a visual effect, pretty much, and maybe an audio effect. But no, I've been mostly messing, with you guys. Staying in Salt Space actually is really cool. I'm going to show it off now. Once the game actually loads in. I don't think they gave me the right coordinates. This is the forest. I'm pulling it back out my burger. It tastes like burger. But yeah, welcome to Otaken. Staying in Salt's made a lot of cool stuff on the server. I've been mostly teasing him with references to not visiting it. Like, all of this was built by IM. It's really awesome. I need to set up a warp to this, actually. So everyone can visit it as well. It's just like, look at how big these walls are. Like, I'm just flying and like, they just keep going. It's amazing. This didn't have interior decoration last time I was here. Also, the fire sound is worrying. There's a shower in here. It's a nice house. But yeah, things like this are all around the server. If anyone here watching the stream hasn't checked out our server yet, we definitely recommend you try it out. There's years of building and people's just having a fun time on here. And we'd enjoy it for anyone to join and add your own spice to it. Do I have advanced OpenGL? Why do I keep running into like weird unloaded chunks? It's a fun little overhang. Granted, it does look a little silly from this angle. It's a face. It's a very low roof. I'm not sure where I'd set up a warp here anyways. There's just a lot of places around here. How about here? Huh. We don't have a warp to OwOland. That's a mistake. So, what's it near? It's near spawn, so... Just trying to remember which direction it is from spawn. Oh, by the way, happy Pride Month, everyone. So if I could just TP to K. Wait. You need to change your username, K. I haven't checked the YouTube. Give me a sec. New dungeon variations would be cool. There's already one dungeon variation. I mean, there is a couple. There's some like fun little small things in the caves. There's also the Nether dungeon ones. Fascinating. But yeah, there are Nether dungeons which are fun, kind of structured in the same way as the old-fashioned dungeons. This is a nice little hallway. Oh yeah, this place! I saw you taking screenshots of this whole area. It's like underground base. This music does not fit the mood. Neither does this. There we go. This tree, Jesus Christ. Potions, actually, I'm not against. Will we see them in NFC? I'm not sure. However, I wouldn't be opposed to their existence. I think they are done well. I think they would fit within beta pretty well. I just worry about adding things straight from Modern in their exact format, and people just getting annoyed by that. But I am in full support of potions, yeah. I dislike the enchanting system, but I think the potion system was perfectly well done. Give me one moment, I shall be right back, but this time you will be serenaded by music while I'm gone. Oh, hey, there's a dog on my screen. Hello everyone, I am back. This is really impressive. Like, I honestly can't believe you built all this. Because I've only seen this place sporadically as you've been building it, but wow. By the way, Kay, go to OwOland so I can TP to you instead of warp there. Because I don't want to stare at the dim map to find it. What do I honestly think of it? It's amazing. I really am impressed. By the way, Kay, where do you think I should set a... If I were to set a warp to OwOland, where should I put it? But yeah, this whole place is awesome. My one complaint is I wish this flag waved. I've always thought it's too angular. But there's a lot of fun stuff here. This one terrarium style thing. Oh. Ooh, how about this? Let's warp right in front of here. That way people can just go left to go up here, or go behind them to jump down to the air stuff. Well, that didn't work right. Warp just warped me below. There we go. That works. Sorry, I just read the YouTube section and comments, and I don't know how to react to that. I'm not sure how to say your username. 𝐁𝐥𝐨𝐨𝐽? I'm gonna go with 𝐁𝐥𝐨𝐴 for now. 𝐁𝐥𝐨𝐴? I'm sorry that I'm butchering the pronunciation of your name. I don't know. With Z and an X. Kalincia. No, not... Kalinicus? Asylum of a Z and an X. As Kylum? I am sorry, I really am clueless. It's just Asylum. What version is NFC on now again? Okay, so the versioning scheme has changed. Currently, we're on version 1.8. So the version that's currently out that is 1.8.7_02, which is also known as version 3.3.2. We've changed the versioning scheme because the original versioning scheme was terrible and bad. So the new version scheme is what we're going with in the future, which is why the next update is version 3.4. And the old version scheme, version 3.4, would be known as version 1.8.8. So we're updating to version 3.4, which would originally have been known as 1.8.8. Currently we're on 1.8.7_02, which is also known as version 3.3.2. There is documentation on this on the forums. It's near the bottom of the wiki page. I'm going to close my window because there are small children screaming outside, and I don't think it's adding good ambiance to the stream. I was trying to do it for fresh air, but those small children are annoying. I don't like small children. I'm getting a bit bored of this music. I'm trying to think. What's something else that... Does anyone have any requests for music? Oh, that's cool. Not exactly great that it collects in two spots right in the middle of the water, though. I think I put that down correctly. Feel free to correct that if I did that wrong. Perhaps C4A takes some of his other stuff that wasn't for Minecraft. Well, the thing I was playing right there wasn't for Minecraft. That was his one album. Which is a pretty long album. I think I only got... Yeah, I was only like halfway through it. Let's play this one. I'm not sure why these issues keep happening. I'm running into a lot more of these than I normally do. How many characters across this Minecraft chat? That is a great question. I have no idea. The issue is that it depends, because Minecraft chat does not determine things based off the actual number of characters. It determines it based off the width of the characters. Like, the Minecraft fonts are not monospace. They actually do change depending on how wide the font is. So the amount of characters that can fit into a line is not static. It depends on what characters you use. Like, I could fit probably way more commas than I can fit the letter E. Darude Sandstorm. Alright. You know how many pixels across it is then? No. Probably going to be ending the live stream relatively soon. So if anyone has some burning questions they have still, I'd recommend asking them relatively soon, because I eventually want to end this so I can make it somewhat easier for me to edit the thing. I'm already going to need to splice it up a bunch, because I use Windows Movie Maker because I have not found a better editor yet that doesn't crash or feel like a train wreck every time I try using it. This is the one area where I'd prefer to have a Mac for video editing, because I have not found a good one for Windows. So if anyone has any good recommendations for video editors, please let me know. chocolate milk. Well, to add chocolate milk, we have to add chocolate first. Granted, you could just have cocoa in there. Yeah, sure, why not? We'll add chocolate milk, sure. When you're adding weed, and when are you collaborating with Zexon because you sound so much like 𝐁𝐥𝐨𝐨𝐽? Volvo. Stop painting people. As I will revoke your individual right to ping people if you do. I keep wanting to change to other albums, but the issue is that it's either an issue of A, people probably don't appreciate my taste, or B, it'll get the video copyright struck, which is not a good thing. Oh, C418 is everyone's taste. I'm talking about my other albums that are in this library. Dave, what the fuck does that even mean? Do you have any Roman architecture in a server? I'm really into that sort of thing. I might come by and build the Curia Julia or something. I'm not sure. I actually have no idea if anyone's built any like Roman type architecture. People might have done it incidentally, but I don't think anyone's actually come on and tried specifically to build like a certain era of architecture. Except for maybe Snuppalupin with like, I even know. But yeah, I'm not sure. We'd really appreciate people to build something like that because that'd be awesome. Mind Test is awesome. Yeah. I especially love the fact that Mind Test has cubic chunks built into it. So you can just build as high as you want to. My only complaint about Mind Test is their default lighting engine is kind of meh. but mine just is incredibly easy to mod, so why remove the rain? It bad. But yeah, we're definitely not opposed to any more block variation as time goes on. Different types of ways to build stuff and have a bit of creativity. Just kind of a case of we're a little limited at time because we only have so much texture space, but once we implement Forge, we'll have as much texture space as we want. So once that happens, just shoot ideas away and we'll be receptive to add them. I can easily see us adding something like the chisel, where you can like create different variants of different blocks for a lot of different like textured variants. I like the concept of open source. I just never have been able to fully commit to it. I mean, as you can see by the fact that I'm running Windows. I like the idea behind open source, just I have a hard time committing to it. Especially because there's always that case of like, do I really want to change my entire workflow to a new thing? Do 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 do. Now what bites the dust? This music is too creepy. This isn't fun. Let's switch to something else. I'm trying to think. What can I switch to? It doesn't have, like, copyright issues. Fun task. Try to identify anything that's in my library. Like, do you recognize any of this? Likely for most people, no. I'll note half of it is made by one person. Also, to what Asylum's saying, yeah, 10 is a pretty stable OS. I've never had an issue of it really blue screening except for like very rare cases of like one issue that I was easily able to resolve in like 5 seconds. Let's just keep playing C418. Yeah, just let's go Minecraft. But fun Minecraft. I'm using every fiber of my being right now to resist playing Pepper Coyote. Just blasting it over the stream. That would not be very appropriate. I mean, to be fair, they have more appropriate albums than that one album. Is Marble an NFC? No, however, Marble is definitely one of the ores that I would like to add to NFC. I've always liked the idea of Marble. I like its implementation of red power, and I definitely think it fit the game. Actually, wait, I have some music I was going to play for the intro that actually is, like, copyright free. Let's play some of this. Now, for a lot of people, this music is absolutely meaningless. However, this music is what played for one of the, like, tracks from back when I was a kid. Minecraft Earth. This video from, like, literally, like, the dawn of the game. Like, classic 0.23. Before even, like, properly it come out yet. Amazing old video, just, like, completely nostalgic. This is initially what I was going to use for the intro screen, but I ended up not doing it just in favor of the Minecraft music disc. One thing you can use if you want Marble is there is someone that made a texture pack. Granted, it is a fork of the styling of the Japa textures, but someone did make a texture pack that replaced all stone with marble. But yeah, I'm totally in support of adding marble to the game. I think it'd be fun. Note, when I said Minecraft Earth, I'm not talking about the mobile game that later came out with that name. I am talking about the classic video that was someone walking around a giant Minecraft Earth they had built, which was cool looking. If you search Minecraft Earth before 2015, you'll find it. Also, recommendation, whenever searching for something Minecraft related, type before : certain date, like 2013 or something, because then you'll filter out all the modern garbage that's been made for it. Like, let me demonstrate real quick. Like, if you search up Minecraft at the moment, what you get is this. Spam. But if you type before, like, 2012, look, actually fun and good things. I was just playing GioCk likes Ricochet. Ricochet? Ricochet. That's what that word is. But I'll play it again after this is done, definitely. Yeah, vinyl records can be pretty expensive. It's nice when you... It's why I always tend to get most of my records at the thrift store. As then I can buy, like, a whole stack of them for, like, $4. Now, in my opinion, that's the way to buy records. I'm sorry, I'm trying to get my money back from it. I was just remembered by people talking about a vinyl record player that I had ordered a vinyl record player, tried to cancel it, they sent me it, but now it hasn't arrived and I'm trying to get my money back for it. And I just... I feel like that adds to the not responding exe thing, because I just poured every bit of information out in 1 second. Oh god, the one I was trying to buy is terrible. It literally, like, I bought it as a mistake and they wouldn't accept my, like, cancellation. It's like one of those Victrola portable players, you know, the ones that literally people were giving reviews that caught on fire. Yeah, was not excited for that. Literally tried to cancel the second I clicked the button to order it, and they just ignored it. They just sent me the item anyways. Do I like the way the NFC project has gone? What don't you like about it, if anything? Says Asylum. I think it's gone great. I was definitely non-supportive of the other developers' idea, 𝐁𝐥𝐨𝐵 and Space's push to move it to modern. I thought that was a terrible idea from the start, and I expressed as much when I first started getting involved with NFC. They actually were hesitant to, originally to add me to the channel because they wanted someone to bounce me out because of how pro beta I was, which is hilarious in retrospect. But we didn't go down that route and kept in beta. And I really have liked the way we've gone from there. I feel like the only mistake really that NFC had originally in it is just how much bloat there is in terms of different types of tools and ores. I feel like it really overdid it and didn't fill in the gaps. We're going to be cutting the amount of content in terms of tools in version 3.4. We'll be running a world conversion that'll just, when you update, it'll just remove the tools and convert them to their ingots from everyone's inventories for the ones we get rid of. And basically we're going to completely kind of compress down the entire tier system into something that's a lot more efficient and makes more sense. So there's not a million different tiers for everything that are all kind of similar but also different and just hard to manage. Like for instance, at the moment, nobody should ever make an iron tool in NFC. Ever. You go from bronze to steel. That is the way to play NFC. Never make an iron tool. We're fixing that. When we fix the tier system, iron tools are going to actually make sense to craft. As well as all of the tools. They will all have an explicit purpose. We're also going to try giving some special abilities to certain tools. Like we want to give an enhancement to silver to make it do more damage against like undead mobs, for instance. Kind of add on to like the stats of different materials. Kind of again going into the same line of what I was saying earlier in terms of kind of like enchanting system. Instead of enchanting, just different materials do different things. That's kind of what the concept is behind magnet tools, and I'd like to expand that to more things in the game as time goes on. But yeah, I think the NFC project overall is going really well. The best part about the project is the community. This project would not have gone anywhere close to as far if we didn't have as great and friendly and good of a community. There's just a lot of error there's a lot of error communities out there, but I've never been in one that's as mature and well put together. My voice would stop cracking as the NFC community. Ever thought about borrowing the not-so-secret Saturday concept of gold tools acting as silk touch tools? Had we not done that with magnets, then yeah, we would have probably done that. I actually do have, I am helping with development of not-so-secret Saturday a little bit. I am, do have a developer role on that. I'm not, developing that much with it, but I have contributed little bits and pieces of code here and there. We did almost take one of their concepts for water. However, their rendering code was a bit wonky and we ended up not taking it. Where static water doesn't have a flowing texture on the side, but we couldn't get it working right. You guys clearly didn't catch the live stream earlier. I recommend you guys rewind back to earlier. But if you buy something with a magnet tool, it just appears in your inventory. It skips the actual dropping thing. It just directly gets put into your inventory. Yep, exactly. They also are silk touch. So if you mine anything with a magnet tool, it just picks it directly up. Would two people... smashing myself against the table again. Maybe I should cut together a thing of like every sound of what sounds like me hurting myself on the stream. What is your long-term goal for NFC? Do you feel that one day it may die out in the far future, or do you have plans to continue with NFC for as long as possible? We'll continue NFC as long as we're willing to develop for it and people are still interested in it. Eventually we might give up development, but we'll hand it off to someone else. And if no one else is willing to take it, if people aren't interested in the server anymore, we'll put up a world download and give as much information, stuff out there as possible so someone else can continue the project. We'll continue being here as long as other people are here and we're able to be here. Eventually, we might fade away. I'm sure everyone here probably will eventually, but we'll keep it going as long as we want to, as long as people are still wanting us to. The long-term goal of NFC? Overall, just keep the community. Keep things alive, add things people want, and have a fun time. We have no intention of making money off the project. We don't care much for we have no interest in like a monetary aspect for the whole thing. We just like having fun. This is a hobby for us. And just a place to hang out with friends. As long as people still want that, we'll keep going. I hope that answers that question relatively concisely. I'm sorry for stumbling over myself a little bit there. Just haven't worded that out properly, I don't think. Oh yeah, world download. Fun fact, actually, all of the old world downloads are provided for NFC. So all of the older maps that have existed for the history of this are available, as including actually the 1.8.4 map that there was the map right before the current one we're using existed, is actually available on the main server now. So if you just want to head over to that world, you actually can just warp right over to the old spawn area. But alongside that, there's also some of the To The Alpha servers, which were some of 𝐁𝐥𝐨𝐨𝐬's older projects, 𝐁𝐥𝐸 and 𝐁𝐥𝐸𝐬. And those are also fully up and available. Just gotta browse around. I should make a forum post on those at some point so people can have a nice place to browse around them, see what they were, and stuff like that. But yeah, I'm heavily into the idea of archiving stuff. It's a reason why we've continued to like provide downloads for our older versions of our mod, and kind of still, I occasionally still like throw in, like work on those old versions to throw new stuff in. It's fun because there's older concepts that came into some of those earlier versions that are fun to mess around with occasionally. When will there be a world revamp actually? Or is there no need due to the majority of the intended ores already being introduced? We actually have an idea for that. So what we're going to do eventually is wipe every ore off the world, then regenerate them. So basically, every ore on the map will be wiped from existence and regenerated with the new ore gen. Because eventually we'll want to work the entire tier system, and once we do all of that, we're gonna kind of want the ores to be generating differently. So instead of pushing people even farther away than the current stuff, or having the ores just be imbalanced or restarting the world, God forsake, we'll just regenerate all the ores. And likewise, anything else we want to just kind of add to the world, we can just add in. There's no need to restart the entire world. We can just remove what's currently here and regenerate it into the already existing areas. And yes, I am once again stealing that concept from Terraria. But yeah, the fun thing about that is that suddenly every cave that you have gone through already and mapped out will suddenly become an area where you'll definitely want to go through again. The ores will not be generating in the same places, though. We'll make sure to randomize all of the locations. So you won't be able to, like, after we reset everything, go back to the exact same places you found ores initially and mine them again. They'll be in all different locations. Would you be doing that using world generation data? As I imagine that there are a few people who have placed ores in their builds. I hadn't initially thought of that, but yeah, that probably would be a good idea. Like, do a comparison check with where things would, like, generate initially. Actually, there'd be an easy way to do that. Replace every ore with stone, or just... That's an interesting concept. I hadn't thought of that. Probably the easiest way to do it is just scan for the entire world, replace every vein that it scans through with, like, do a natural ore vein check. Every area where, if it's equal to that ore, set it equal to stone. Just replace it. So, yes, it would use world data. I hadn't thought of that, but that's a much better way to handle that, because otherwise we would totally just delete any sort of ores that are in people's builds. So it just regenerate every ore vein on top of the old ones, and if it detects that anything is equal to the original ore veins, it would delete them, and then it would then proceed to move on to generating the new stuff. We probably wouldn't integrate this into the actual world code itself. We just make a utility that can lock into the actual level code and just run through that to change it. Or, granted, that probably would actually be a bit more difficult than trying to just do it inside the Minecraft engine. So we'll probably just make a mod for it that lets us run that script once, load the world in single player once, run through everything, and then run through another script to regenerate all the ores, and then move forward with that. TLDL, I guess, didn't listen. We've got it figured out. We'll definitely not be just removing things willy-nilly. Yeah, it'll be fun trying to get that working. We'll definitely make lots of world backups and make sure we don't break anything while we're trying it. Whatever conversion code we do end up running is going to take a while, because it will be basically the same as, like, the world conversion code that's happened for other versions. But we'll basically have to regenerate every single ore vein in the entire world for every generated chunk, replace them all with stone veins, do a specific check for every single block in said world. So, and the NFC worlds are like, the server world is gigabytes big, so it's not going to be a quick process. If anything, it'll probably take like a day of processing, trying to load the world in to actually have everything like get processed correctly. And after we do that and then like regenerate the ores, we'll have to do a lot of testing to make sure that we didn't break anything or cause any weird issues of corruption. It'll be an interesting task, and hopefully we don't break anything in the process. Oh god, the amount of vinyls we'd need to, like, compress the NFC world data into it. Jesus Christ. Because, I mean, we'd basically be, like... It'd be the same as recording stuff onto, like, a cassette tape. For, like, the compression algorithm we'd end up having to use. And as far as I'm aware, those were not very good at compressing data. Well, I mean, the NFC server world is in the cloud. Oh, hey, welcome to the actual World Asylum. I feel like I'm not giving you guys that much that's interesting to look at. I'm kind of just floating around the same areas like 50 different times. If you guys like, I could show you off more stuff. Like, I don't know. Different like... I don't know. I don't have any good ideas. I just don't want people to feel bored just staring at my monitor as I float around the server. Staring at things that I'm pretty sure you've all looked at hundreds of times. Except for the people who haven't been very involved here. In which case, happy to show everything off. Like, this is the world market. As you can see, this one chunk just extends down to bedrock. Honestly, I'm just going to finish the job of this person. Because... I mean, it was clear what they were trying to do here, so I feel like I should just help them out. So replace with air. Bingo. Replace lava with air. Oh god. Lava is not a thing that likes to be world edited away. It mostly just tends to ignore you. There we go. I have now completed the hole down to, like, the bottom of the world. Now it's be a void hole. I did what they couldn't do. Also, maybe we should probably just make it so you can break bedrock. Like, I know it's bedrock that kind of breaks the idea of it, but... I feel like people should be able to get into the void. I've realized that the stream has gotten very silent again. I should probably put some music back on. As we're all just kind of sitting here in silence as I stare blankly into, like, the distance. Trying to think, what's something that, like, people would find tasteful that's not just, like, copyright infringement. I have no good ideas in regards to the music. People are online still. Huh. Behold, guys, the unfinished Earth project. This was an idea I had a long time ago of, hey guys, we should build like a giant model of the Earth. Inspired by that Minecraft Earth thing I was kind of talking about earlier. And basically said, yeah, we should build this. And I got everyone to like come together, build this giant hole underneath to like fit the thing in like one night. It was awesome. Then we started trying to build this thing, and it plateaued. It's really not that much more work we need to do to finish the thing. We did calculate it. We can fit it into the world height. It's just a case of, like... oh yeah, that's one fun thing. We had initially put down a sign to kind of, like, set it to day. Just because convenience for, like, building the thing. We want people that were building it to, like, be able to see properly. So we just let people set it today. Then eventually people started abusing it to a degree where like it never got nighttime in the server. So eventually I just came to the sign and changed it to trying to find where the sign even is. Someone must have removed it if I was here. And just like time, no, for the set time sign. Oh, no, I think it might be in here. Yeah, there it is. Time. No. We do have signs that count the layers. For some reason, this one's missing. And 𝐿𝐴ZME was here. Actually, there was a sign down there that said when the project started. I think it said something 2019. Curious, how long has this thing actually been here? March 16th, 2019. Wow, it has been over 2 years since we started this thing. We should really finish this. Anyways, guys, I think I'm going to end the live stream. This has been fun. I've really enjoyed talking to you guys. And I feel like we've talked through a lot. This will go up on the channel as an unedited version of everything. I'll be clipping it into 2 sections. A simple crop of just the first section, which will be the reveal stream, just kind of a nice summation of everything. And well, no. I'll be cropping this one down just via the YouTube built-in editing thing to crop it down to a short period of time. And the second one I'll be uploading, which will be this Q&A section with all of the awkward pauses, random moments that aren't funny, and stuff like that cropped out. So the live stream will be turned into just a simple little 40-minute reveal and a hopefully somewhat concise Q&A section, which will be a bit shorter relatively. But yeah, I think I'll be ending the stream here unless anyone has any further questions or things to bring up. I really enjoyed talking to you guys. This was fun, and I'm happy for the future of this project. We'll keep things moving. Release is coming soon, this Sunday. Look forward to it. And yeah, talk to you guys soon. Good night, everyone.